October 2nd, 2024 will now come to order at
1:02 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purposes listed on the duly posted meeting notice. The other committee members are Trustee Sean Cheban, Dr. Vanderbilt Stallworth, and alternate Trustee Lalu Davies. Opportunity for a public comment. A citizen desiring to speak before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearings of citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. There are no citizens signed up to speak before the Board Governance Committee today. Topics for discussion and or action. Is there a motion to approve item A, proposed revision to CLA local facilities planning facility standard?
So moved.
Is there a second? I'll second it. It has been moved and seconded. We will now have a discussion on the item. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Board Member Cheban. This item is presented, as was indicated by the Chair, to request approval of the proposed revision to Policy CLA, Local Facilities Planning Facility Standards, with recommended changes. And so, with your permission, Madam Chair, Interim General Counsel Dr. Nicole Montgomery will discuss the recommended changes and answer questions. Dr. Montgomery.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Chancellor, Trustee. The changes to the CLA local policy include naming of our facilities. It is intended to provide considerations that the college considers involving donors. The administration believes that adding these changes to the policy will provide more clarity of these requirements before the contract stage with the donors. I would also like to let you know that the HCC Foundation and their executive committee have reviewed these changes, and they are also agreeable. I'd now like to introduce Board Counsel to answer any questions, and also Lucy Tredenick, who leads our policy division.
Thank you. Any questions?
I'm just hoping you could walk me through, does this change any of the processes that the college currently goes through, or is it's just an awareness update for folks that are, okay?
It's an awareness update, and so most of these changes just reflect things that are already in the donor agreements, but putting them in the policy sort of puts them out there up front, as Nicole said, before the contracting stage. And then there's another change for the valuation provision that was a more accurate reflection of the college's actual business practices. So no, it's not a substantive change, just provides more clarity for the public as to how these things are viewed and handled in contracts.
And then one more for me. Just curious about how did this get identified? What did something happen that triggered a review? Is it part of a matter of course review that we put all our policies through? What led to this being on the agenda today?
So what led to this being on the agenda is we began to just wanted to make sure in updating our policies that practices that will be helpful with the donors are upfront. So all this is a review of our policies, and then also wanting to make sure that it's very clear that when we look at contribution values, they're based on an updated historical cost for the facilities.
But is this a matter of course, a policy review that every policy goes through at some point, or is there something specific like the foundation is doing amazing work, we're bringing a bunch of donors, new donors in, and we want to make sure that these policies in particular support our shared mission?
It's something that we'd always been looking at, so it's not specific to any particular donor.
Okay.
Do you have anything to add?
I will also say, good afternoon, that my understanding is that the foundation has been working with some donors that also have affiliations. In addition to individuals, considering some more corporate foundation opportunities, and so wanted to be clear as they engage in those discussions that the college takes very seriously its obligations with regard to vendor relationships and conflicts of interest, and that will always be a part of the calculation as the college or the foundation considers entering into a relationship with a potential donor.
Thanks, I appreciate that added clarity.
Thank you. If there are no other questions, we're now ready to vote. Voting is now open. Trustee Cheban, please cast your ballot.
Aaron? Voting yes.
Oh.
That's a yes for me.
Okay, received.
Hi, Trustee.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 3-0.
Great. Is there a motion to approve item B, proposed board bylaw revisions to Article F, Section 1 committees?
So moved.
Is there a second? I'll second. It has been moved and seconded. We will now have discussion on the item. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Board Member Cheevan. This item is presented by Trustee Davies Umitan and will be presented by Board Counsel Mahalik. Thank you.
May I just start by saying, I think, I personally, as chair, believe that this is something that really a whole board discussion is going to be critical to any kind of moving forward. So my suggestion will be from the outset to symbolically pass one of these, and then it could be yanked during the consent agenda for consideration, because it's going to involve closed session and all of that, and I don't think we have to do that work twice. So I just wanted to express that to my fellow board members.
Yeah, and to sort of provide the background for that. Trustee Davies did request that we review this provision of the bylaws to see if there was a way to provide more flexibility for committees. Right now, you have 3-member committees that have voluntarily adopted the Open Meetings Act to govern all committee business. That is not required because your committees do not take final action. So that is voluntary. You could choose not to do that. So what I've presented here, and I worded this agenda item very broadly with the intention of allowing the board to discuss some alternate options. I've just presented 2 possible options here. The first of those changes the number of committee members from 3 to 5, and that would raise your quorum from 2 to 3. And so one of the issues that we've had in the past is one committee member wants to ask a question of the committee chair, but 2 committee members is a quorum, so you can't have those conversations. And so having a quorum of 3 would allow a one-on-one conversation where, say, for example, a committee member can reach out to the committee chair and say, I'd really like to see this item on the agenda, and then that could go forward. The second option would be just to remove the voluntary adoption of the Open Meetings Act, which would mean that the committees would not meet in public as we are doing right now. That, of course, raises some questions with transparency, but we have in the past have committee chairs provide regular updates and report as part of your regular meeting, and so committee business can be shared with the public in that way. And of course, all of those items that come out of the committees go to the consent agenda for approval by the full board. So those are just a couple of the options that I've presented that I think are responsive to the request that Trustee Davies made, and I'm happy to discuss any others if you have any questions.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Hello?
I'm sorry, yes, Dr. Vanderbilt Stallworth.
I sent an email to board counsel. We took quite a bit of time trying to determine how this committee structure should be so that board members are not overwhelmed with additional responsibilities at the governance table. We also looked at options that were presented before. One of the challenges is, of course, have committee members, which is difficult to obtain a quorum. And then this option of not having Open Meetings Act established as we are meeting its committees, in which we know is not exactly the way that an organization with elected officials should behave. I am not inclined to entertain this motion, this item, because we had these discussions quite some time ago, and this is how we arrived at this current committee structure. The structures have been working quite well. If you have any questions, we send our questions to board services. Board services also tags our questions, assigns an ID number to it, and it responds from the appropriate administration with answers. So, extended discussion. I'm not inclined to agree with passing something through when it's the committee's responsibility to bring forth what we would perceive a best effort on our part.
We lost you,
I'm
Trustee.
ready to vote.
We lost you, Trustee. What did you say at the end? Yes, what did you say at the end?
I'm ready to vote.
Okay. Melissa, we have to pick one, right?
Yes, you would need to approve
Vote up or down either
Yeah,
way.
either approve the first option, which changes the committee members, approve the second option. As I said before, this is worded broadly enough that it could be amended from one to the other if the board chooses to move forward with either option, or could be voted down if the majority of the board likes things the way they are.
Okay. Trustee Cheeman, did you have any questions?
Well, that was going to be my question. I'll hold it until we have the discussion with the full board, so we don't have to have you
Okay.
repeat the same legal sage advice a second time, so.
Do you have to move to recommend the second item? Do we need a motion, or can we just vote on the second?
Yes, yeah, I mean, you could.
Option two?
I guess if the motion is to vote to approve the second option.
Yes.
Then,
Is that okay with you, Trustee Cheeman?
Okay.
Okay, and Dr. Vanderbilt Stallworth, you can vote it up or down with that one. The vote is to whether or not to pass option 2, with the intention of pulling it during the consent agenda and discussing it as a full board. If there are no more questions, we are now ready to vote.
Sharon, my vote is no.
Received. Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 2 to 1.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Wright. We will now move to item C, board expenditures.
Madam Chair,
I'm sorry, yes?
could I make just one comment as we're thinking through agendas, if you can grant me a moment of privilege?
Yes, of course.
To Dr. Vanderbilt Stallworth's comments, I think this is an item that would require significant space for the board to discuss. If there is a large amount of items or a large number of items on the agenda later this month, I think we should consider postponing that discussion until we do have the time in the agenda to claw out the space, an hour or so, for us to really dig into it, make sure every trustee feels heard and has an opportunity to present their perspective. This isn't something that we should rush into. It's good, I think, that we're bringing it up for discussion, but again, the process on these things is sometimes more important than the outcome. So let's just, if we could take that in mind as we're crafting agendas for this month and next, that would be much appreciated.
so with the board, with the committee's vote today, it will be automatically moved to consent, but we'll look at that agenda and work with the chair to see if it needs to be pulled and then brought back at a later time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, trustee. We will now move to item C, board expenditures report for fiscal year 2024, September 1st, 2023 through August 31st, 2024. This is a report item. No action is required. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. As was indicated, Madam Chair, this item provides board expenditure reports for fiscal year 24 for the period of September 1, 23 through August 31st, 2024. So with your permission, Madam Chair, I invite Ms. Wright to come to the podium and to provide an overview and to answer questions.
Hi. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As Dr. Ford Fisher mentioned, this is a report of the final expenditure for the board for the fiscal year 24 ending August the 31st for a total BACA fund expenditures and travel of $134,357. The summary details the breakdown for travel as well as BACA funds, with also a breakdown of Exhibit 1 and 2, which shows the each trustee individual expenditures. And I entertain any questions.
Any questions from any? I just want to take a moment because we do not tell you enough how incredibly valuable the work that you and your entire team are always so professional, always on the ball, always available to us. And, you know, I'm going to use every opportunity I can to thank you because you all just do an exceptional job. And I just want you to know that we really, really, I very much appreciate it. Thank you.
That's very much appreciated, and thank you to the team. Thank you.
Right. Sorry. This meeting is now adjourned at?
1:16 p.m.
Thank you, trustees.
The meeting of the Academic and Student Affairs Committee for October 2nd, 2024 will now come to order at
1:31 PM.
This meeting was called for the purposes listed on the duly posted meeting notice. The other committee members are Trustees Charlene Johnson and Dave Wilson, with our alternate Dr. Cynthia Lettengary. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizens form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. There are no citizens signed up to speak before the Academic and Student Affairs Committee today. We will begin with item A, 2022 through 2023 licensure exam pass rates. This is a report item, no actions required, and Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the board. This item presents a report, as you indicated, on licensure exam rates for HCC graduates taking licensure exams in academic year 2022 through 23. And with your permission, Mr. Chair, Dr. Norma Perez, Senior Vice Chancellor of Instruction and Student Services, will provide an overview and answer questions. Dr. Perez.
Can I get the correct presentation? Thank you. Thank you, Chancellor, Mr. Chairman, Board of Trustees. As every year, we provide to you the licensure exam pass rates that we report to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, and it provides the licensure and certification exam results for our approved technical associate and degree and certificate programs, leading to professions that require licensure or certification. The Coordinating Board uses this report as part of its overall assessment of effectiveness of vocational education programs at community and technical colleges in the state. Today's HCC licensure report presentation summarizes results submitted to the Coordinating Board for students who took exams during the 22-23 academic year. I'm not going to go through the specific report, but I just want to make a couple of comments and then want to open it up for questions. As a point of reference, HCC's minimum performance benchmark is 75% pass rate if there is not one that's established by the third-party accreditation agency. Overall, HCC students perform well, averaging a 93% pass rate across all reported exams. In 2 instances, the students' performance fell short of expectations. The departments in both instances are using the results formatively to assess and enhance elements of the program that will contribute to the future success of these licensing exams. The 2 programs, and again, these are the new awards. These are the new exams that we have posted this year. I'm trying to go to page 12. 12. These are the first time that we're reporting these licensure exam pass rates by award. And as you can see in this slide, there were 2 programs that fell short of that. And for those programs, again, we're working to determine where do we need to make modifications. In many cases, it could be the curriculum. And so they examine the results and then they begin to make those modifications working with our curriculum office. If you have any specific questions, the staff is here. The presidents of the COEs are here to address any of that. I do want to ask the deans or chairs that are present if they would please rise. So now I will definitely open it up for any questions that you may have.
Trustees, any questions? I have one, and appreciate you clarifying that 75% minimum performance benchmark. I had another and higher number in my head, so thanks for clarifying that. I was curious, of the programs that are near that benchmark or below it, are there any programs that are at risk of either a pause in being able to enroll or accreditation challenges? And then generally, if you could speak, I know you mentioned the curriculum opportunity before, but any plans that are in place to get those numbers back up to something looking more like an A or a B plus would be helpful. Thank you.
Yes. First, excellent question. Thank you. The only accrediting agency that will shut down any of our programs is the State Board of Nursing. So both nursing programs, whether it's the associate degree or the nursing or the vocational nursing, those programs would result in being shut down if we go 3 years with not having the passing rate of 80%. All the other agencies do not have that requirement. They give us the opportunity to improve those, and as you notice, all of those are pretty excellent. They're pretty high results. The one area in EMS, the emergency medical services, that was below the benchmark, I believe it was 57%. That's for the EMT Advance, and the EMT Advance is not required for those students hesitate to take that exam, because right now, the exam that's required is the EMT Basic, and these basic are the firefighters that we may be training. They require the EMT Basic as part of the firefighting training program, so they get into that program. Then they get into the paramedic program, so they don't need the EMT Advance. However, there are some of our students, and some of these are the firefighters, or some of these are civilian students will take that exam, but not all of them do it, and that's why the numbers are small compared to the number that you see for the basic. All right, so we are now relooking at that to see whether we need to make some modifications in terms of that certificate, whether it actually is required. So that is under discussion as a result of the discussion we had with the program folks.
I have a question. On the business COE, the one that's 73%, can you explain to me what that exam is? Is it a 8-hour exam? Is it just 1 day, 4 hours? What does that exam entail?
Which was the exam? I'm sorry, I did not hear that.
The business COE, the one that's 73%. Business technology, general office administration.
I'm going to resort to the program, or Francis, which is Dr. Taylor, Mia Taylor.
Absolutely. It is the Microsoft Office Specialist exam, and it's done through the Certiport testing portal, and it is 1 hour. It is 7 projects that is completed within 55 minutes.
Just an hour, okay.
The cost is $120.
All right, that's all I need to know. Thank you.
Thank you.
And again, I was asking her what the cost was for that exam, because sometimes it's the cost of the exam that many of our students do not take the exam. And in some cases, they're not required for employment. So, those are things that we are looking at this point in terms of cost for some of these exams, and how can we help students to be able to do that. So as we go forward, as we want more of our students to pursue those certifications.
Since you brought that up, I think, we've discussed as a board about putting all the options on the table to really lean forward on improving student outcomes and student success as part of this next budget cycle. If we talked about last time about the fund that we have to help students with tuition relief as a potential opportunity, if increasing the budget for things like certification test exam costs would be something else that we should consider. It'd be good to float that kind of total budgetary number, what it is, what it could expand to alleviate the pressure and so forth. To me, that feels like a low dollar investment that might yield outsized impacts on student outcomes and awarding of credentials of value. So
Well, we are looking at that in terms of a process within HCC to see how can we do that. There have been times that we have provided dollars through our grant program, our Perkins program, which focuses basically on workforce programs, that we've set that aside to see whether in fact students will, that we put it as part of the program. And that has proven to be effective, because again, some of these exams are rather costly. And for example, the one in particular is the health information technology. It's not necessarily required for employment. And for that reason, students won't take it because of the cost of that exam.
any other questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we will now move to item B, Veterans and International Student Update. This is a report item, no actions required. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the board. This item provides an update on 2 items, veterans enrolled at HCC and also an international student update. With your permission, Mr. Chair, Dr. Norma Perez will present an overview and respond to questions. I would like to also indicate that as an update on the Junior ROTC Military Education Program. This has been rescheduled for the Academic and Student Affairs Committee meeting to be held on November 6th. We are currently in the process of preparing a comprehensive report that will include numeric data and outcomes for the board to have a more complete view of the success of that program. So, Dr. Perez.
Thank you, Chancellor. Mr. Chairman and Board of Trustees, this presentation offers a brief overview of key highlights from our International Student Services and Veterans and Military Affiliated Student Success VMASS programs. Our International Student Services team currently supports over 3,600 F1 visa students, providing comprehensive assistance in areas such as visa compliance, admissions, and cultural adjustment. With a multilingual staff and focus initiatives, we ensure these students have the resources they need to succeed both academically and personally. On the VMASS side, our military-affiliated student population has grown to nearly 3,000 this fall. These students benefit from various educational assistance programs, and with the recent approvals to offer GI Bill benefits for continuing education programs, HCC has further expanded access. Today, we're going to briefly look at both programs, how both programs are making an impact, increasing student enrollment, and supporting academic success. So with your permission, I'd like to ask Dr. Chastity Holloman Douglas to provide a short summary of the highlights of both of these programs. Dr. Holloman Douglas.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Chair, members of the Board, Chancellor, and Executive Cabinet. I would like to start by recognizing the Departmental Leadership for the International and Veterans Unit. For International Student Services, Dr. Nithy Samantha Nathan, who's in the back. You'll just wave your hand. And then for Veteran and Military Affiliated Student Success, Ms. Capri Thomas. I want to thank them both for the work they lead daily to support our students. So I know you've already received the presentation, so I will provide a summarized high-level overview of the key points from this presentation, starting with a look at our enrollment count by academic year, which is slide 7. Okay. Over the past 5 years, we've seen enrollment trends fluctuate. As we know, both veteran and international student enrollment was heavily impacted by the pandemic. For international specifically, we started to see a decline in enrollment prior to the pandemic due to stricter immigration policies, but we've been steadily improving and recovering since the start of 2022. For veteran students, enrollment has also been growing consistently since 2022. The data presented here for 24-25 is up until mid-September. As we expect more students to enroll throughout this year, and with our retention strategies in place, we're optimistic about continuing this upward trend. Slide 8. Our fall unduplicated enrollment trends show strong growth, with significant increase for both veterans and international students from fall 23 to fall 24. As you can see, our enrollment numbers for fall 24 have exceeded those from previous falls. And we believe this puts us on track to surpass last year's total enrollment for the academic year. The increase in enrollment across the institution is partly due to the increase you see here from our international and veteran student populations. And I'll move us quickly to look at some of the challenges that we have overcome within our international student population. So over the past year, we focused on eliminating enrollment barriers as a college. After reviewing our F1 admissions and onboarding process, we found areas that were either confusing or overly complex. By streamlining this process, we reduced the number of steps after visa approval down to just 3 steps. This simplification has made it easier for students to complete their enrollment and start their academic programs without unnecessary delays. We'll wrap up with a look at a challenge we overcame this year to increase offerings to our veteran students. In August of '23, HCC received approval from the Department of Veteran Affairs to offer all CEU and bachelor programs to veterans. This expansion has been key to increasing enrollment for our veteran students. VMAS has also expanded its presence across campuses, including the addition of resource centers at Northline, Katy, and West Loop opening next week. These centers have personalized support and direct access to our staff and resources, ensuring that our students can seamlessly transition from military life to academic success here at HCC. This concludes my presentation for International and Veterans, and I'll take any questions at this time.
Trustees, any questions?
Is there a VMAS in District 2? I
Let's
didn't see it on that list. North
What's
Line.
District 2, or which
North
area?
Forest, Acres Home.
So there is one at Northline. We just opened
That's
one.
not District 2.
Okay, I'm sorry. Acres Home?
Acres Home.
Our campus.
No,
We do not.
have-
so we do not have one at Acres Homes. No, ma'am.
Not North Forest.
No, ma'am, not one in North Forest, not yet.
Say not yet.
But we did just get one in Northline, and so we can talk with the president about identifying more space for more staff.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Wilson?
On page 7, 2324, for military and veterans, you show 4,300, and on page 8, you show 2,000. What?
Okay.
Oh, there.
This
Yeah,
was-
that's one of the pages.
Okay.
For the year 2324, you show 4,324.
Yes, sir.
Okay, go to page 8. You show 2009. Unduplicated enrollment, and guess why are those numbers different?
Because for the first one, we're looking at the academic year. For the entire year, for veterans, we have 4,324. This next slide is only by fall, so we're looking at fall enrollment.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
But, okay, so it's the fall enrollment on that.
Yes, sir.
Gotcha, thanks.
So not a question, just a comment. This incredible work. Really appreciate you sharing what your team has accomplished. I'm really impressed with the growing numbers of veterans and military affiliates that are enrolling in the institution. I think that would be a great story to share. This is a season where we can get a lot of elected officials' time, and those that spend time in D.C., I think, would really appreciate hearing about what this institution is doing to help our veterans here in Houston. So I think the more that we can get our story out, be it in person in D.C. in January, February next year, or through our engagements here when they're back at home in Houston, would be really fantastic. So I don't know if that's like a fact sheet or a series of social media posts or something like that, but I think this ties in well with the brand that we're building as a place that works with veterans, cares for veterans, and engages with the armed forces and the military. And just the more we can amplify that, I think we'd be better off. So thank you so much.
Thank you, absolutely. We can work more with the Chancellor and Dr. Young to be able to talk more about how we can do that effectively. Thank you.
Next is item C, dual credit summer 2024 pilot programs update. This is a report item. No action is required. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the board. This item presents an innovative approach to serve more students in dual credit programs. This item is, therefore, an update on the dual credit pilot programs conducted in summer 2024. With your permission, Mr. Chair, Dr. Perez and Dr. Lewis will present the overview and respond to questions. Dr. Perez.
Thank you, Chancellor. Mr. Chairman, Board of Trustees, before I begin, I'd like to ask the dual credit staff if they would please stand, those who are able to be here. So I'm excited to share the collaborative initiatives between HCC's dual credit department and HISD that were piloted during this summer, 2024. These initiatives present significant opportunities for enhancing student success and completion as we align our pathways with HISD foundational programs of study with our HCC Centers of Excellence. With the implications of House Bill 8 including fast funding and recent legislative changes affecting dual credit access, we have a prime opportunity to explore new strategies for increasing dual credit participation and ensuring successful pathway completions. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the Board of Trustees for the approval for the additional funds that were allocated to the dual credit program to increase the staff in meeting the performance outcomes for dual credit. So thank you, Board of Trustees. Today we will share the results from the summer 2024 pilots with HISD, specifically the TSI boot camps, the College and Career Accelerator pilot program, and the Athletes Bound for College and Career. And with your permission, I'd like to invite Dr. Lewis to provide a summary of these projects. Dr. Lewis?
Good afternoon. Chair, trustees, chancellor, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Before I start, let me take a moment to acknowledge the level of collaboration that it takes for these type of efforts. I'm going to acknowledge individuals that are internal, external, and the most important, the reason why we're here. Now, in regard to the internal collaborations with the colleges, I'm going to ask for Anahi Figueroa, the Southwest College admissions team, to stand up. Others who could not be here, Marissa Carrasco from Southeast College, and the advising manager and her team, Annette Lott from Central College, the enrollment management, and her team. Now, the reason I mention those individuals because it exemplifies the district's support of the colleges and our collaboration in putting together these TSI boot camps. Now, it takes the district and instruction also to move things forward. So I'm going to ask another group of individuals to stand up. Those professors who came out on those Saturdays of their own volition to work with those students, could you please stand, those that are here today? Dr. Muhammad, you also. These individuals came and helped with ELAR and math preparation. Now, those are internal partners. Now, here's the part that I think that's impressive. With our external partner, HISD, when I mentioned we were doing this report, their executive leadership team said they wanted to show up today, at least an individual. So I'm going to ask Dr. Christinia Weed-Roddicker, the Executive Director of Post-Secondary Readiness for HISD, to please stand at this time. Now, Dr. Weed-Roddicker and her team mobilized, helped to make sure we had to get the students there each and every one of those days. And she's working with us now, which you'll hear a little bit about that in a moment. But I said internal, external, and the reason. This is the most important person, I think, that's in this room right now. For the ABC Squared, we have a student that actually took that program, took advantage of it, and is now in dual credit. Ms. Sky Lopez, could you please stand, and your principal, Melissa Jacobs. Now, these individuals are the reason why we're here today, and Ms. Lopez exemplifies that fully. So I'm going to cycle through these different programs that took place this summer as I go through this really quickly. We had 229 different total boot camp participants, and 124 of those individuals were, 146 were dual credit students, which is around 63.7%, and 86% are currently enrolled, which is an amazing opportunity for the college, and it shows that we were moving forward with allowing more access. I'm going to cycle forward to slide 10 really quickly because I know you all have seen this before. So on slide 10, this exemplifies our College and Career Accelerator pilot program, CAP. It was focused on HISD's NES schools. They selected the schools to participate. They did a survey where 77 students identified the areas, the endorsements that they were interested in to align with our Centers of Excellence. 65 students actually participated, whereas 45 are enrolled right now. That's 45 more students than we had at those schools the previous year. And I think that's an amazing opportunity for us all. Now, this next slide, that one student that you see right there is here today, Ms. Lopez. Now, we started with 115 individuals that were interested in this, but in order for these programs to run at the high schools, the principals must also allow for them to run. So it's something that we can't do without the principals. 12 students started, 5 have successful completion. The others didn't fail. They stopped out, but we're going back and re-engaging and pulling them back this summer and throughout the year. But right now, again, I want you to focus on that 1, because that 1 is just as important as that 115. With that being said, the next steps of what we're doing, because I know you're interested in that, we're continuing those TSI boot camps. You'll be happy to know. And this month, right now on the 19th, with Fort Bend ISD, we have a boot camp that's scheduled. We have 16 that are being scheduled with HISD. We're working with the rest of our districts to schedule even more. With the CAP program, it provided a model that we're seeing how to align those endorsements, those COEs, those opportunities, CE, CTE, everything in between for our students and our community. Also, we're looking at those credentials of value. We're focusing on those 15 hours, allowing students for those stackable opportunities to move forward. And with that, I'm going to stop and say if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Trustees, any questions?
No, just a comment that I love your enthusiasm.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Dr. Vanderbilt-Stallworth.
I have a question, please. Of the students that took advantage of the PSI boot camps, how many students were athletes?
The athletes have to go back and get that actual amount, but definitely we can get that for you. I don't have that exact identification at this time.
And how many athletes are currently in early college, high school as participants?
How many college athletes? We would again have to work with.
How many high school athletes are part of the dual credit or early colleges?
Well, again, we would have to get that identifiers from each one of our participants. I don't have that information as parsed out and disaggregated at this time for those students who are actually athletes in programs right now. But I'll get that to you.
Okay, so 3 years ago, we had this discussion. 2 years ago, I went with my college coaches and had a candid conversation about what the challenge is for their high school athletes and the reason why they lose so many multicultural or minority athletes in their program. It's because of the challenge of the freshman year in college. So after working with HCC, National and Athletic, because our athletes are guaranteed full ride for 4 years minimum to colleges and universities, except they are having preparing or being adequately prepared freshmen. And so when I spoke about this, it was athletes bound for colleges, because the concern was if we could get athletes through the first year of college, their freshman year, over a 4-year period while they were in high school, that would guarantee them their full ride, and they would be much better prepared for the academic sophomore year, because they would have been prepared as freshmen through HCC. And so I want to say thank you for having the first 2 PSI boot camps in District 9 last year, or earlier this year. I can correct that, it's earlier this year. Thank you for that. That request had been put in for several years, and we were not able to establish the boot camp at South Campus or anywhere in District 9. So thank you for that. But I'm still concerned, because having these discussions now with the high school coaches, they understand that their students are going into a full academic, they're going into a full athletic ride scholarship and not being adequately prepared for their freshman year challenges. So I'd like to have it reiterated that the interest is also in our athletes as well as our band students in high school, because they also receive a full ride scholarship and they face the same challenges academically. So the ABC's athletes bound for colleges as well as your band members bound. I'd like for us to focus on those athletes and those band members who are guaranteed full rides, but have a difficulty if they were to take one class a semester, every semester from freshman year to senior year, they would successfully complete their freshman year in college. And it gives them a better academic standing for the remainder of the years that they would be in college. So thank you for the presentation. It is greatly appreciated. Thank you for having TSI Bootcamp finally in District 9. It is greatly appreciated. And I'd like to see the parents of these students connected with it, because the parents make the decision. And without the parents, the students are not inclined to step past their teachers to credit or early college high school. So if we can determine what the parents would like to see their students do, their children do, we'd like to work with those parents. And those parents are our constituents. And it is our responsibility as elected officials to make sure that our parents are well informed about what their children are eligible for. So thank you. The report was fantastic, and I really appreciate it.
Well, let me just make one comment that I think you would really like, and this is hot off the press. Is working with HISD. We have a Youth and Teen Summit that we're working for in April, and in that Youth and Teen Summit, we're looking at 6th to 8th graders for that transition that Dr. Vanderbilt Stallworth is speaking of, not just the athletes and the band members, but a comprehensive wraparound opportunity as that bridge for students. So Dr. Weed Roddicker and her team, actually the meeting right before I came to this one, agreed to that. So we're going to move forward with full effort of the college behind us and full effort of her team from HISD.
So, one question, one comment. Really broadly want to ask you about scaling. So sounds like the programs were all incredibly successful. I will say I've heard more positive community feedback from the TSI Bootcamp program than I would have expected, given that it was still in its pilot phase. All I hear is more, faster. So it's amazing that y'all have, you're sprinting with it, getting these boot camps scheduled. I think the more that you can arm us with the information to connect our constituents with that, I don't know if that's the monthly events email or just some standalone communication, but I'd love to have a sheet of paper that when people contact me about more, I'm saying, well, here it is, show up on these dates. But curious on the CCAPP and the ABC Squared programs, how quickly do y'all envision scaling that up? I know with CCAPP, it was 3 high schools. Are we talking about 3,300 in the next few years, or how do you envision that playing out?
Well, the scale, if we're talking about by district, it has to do with district by district and capacity of the schools and the models that they have. You have early college, traditional, and P-TECH. We're looking at the traditional. So we have to think about the capacity of our embedded faculty, the faculty that we have at the college, and also the interest of the students, because many of them align with CTE. So in many of these, we have to think about, again, with our partners. So it's a collaborative discussion. So to answer your question succinctly, the scale is going to be dependent upon the ongoing conversations, but as I mentioned earlier, Fort Bend has recently said that they are very interested in ABC Squared, and as others begin to better understand what that means and their CTE efforts, and the Chancellor and the Executive Council, we've had discussions in regard to the needs of the colleges, the needs of the schools, and most importantly, the needs of the students. So when we think about our partners, their TEA accountability standards, and most importantly, getting those students through completion in high school. So as long as we're aligning there, the capacity is there, and new legislation is allowing for even more access and more support mechanisms and more guardrails that will ensure higher levels of completion and attainment. So the scaling, again, we'll be able to come back incrementally and advise the board and the chancellor and the community of how that's growing. But again, like you said, the demand is being vocalized, and we are being responsive, not necessarily reactive. So we're planning, we're doing what we need to do, and we're putting a lot of things in place to meet those needs.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Lastly, we will now move on to item D, leading indicators of student success, update number 2. This is also a report item, no actions required. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the board. This item presents leading indicators of student success that reflect fall enrollment as of the official day of enrollment for the first term for the regular 16 weeks. And with your permission, Mr. Chair, Dr. Burge, Interim Vice Chancellor of the Office of Institutional Research, will present the report. Dr. Burge.
Thank you, Madam Chancellor, trustees. Today we will present updates of the leading indicators originally presented August 7th. We've updated this data to reflect enrollment through the first few weeks of classes. These numbers are our most current numbers, but they will continue to change throughout the semester. So this first slide examines cohorts of first-time degree-seeking or transfer-intending students enrolled in the sessions at the start of the term. Here we see an increase in the enrollment of new students, but a decrease in the percentage of students enrolled in math and English in their first term. It's a small decrease, 1 to 6%, but it is a decrease. We are investigating the reason for this. One root cause for this is a 2% increase in students seeking short-term certificates or workforce credentials because those students are not required to take those courses. And so that in itself is going to result in a decrease. A second potential cause is learning loss. You may have read the front page article on Sunday, September 22nd in the Houston Chronicle about four-year institutions across Texas seeing more students not able to test college ready on the TSI, so enrolled in developmental coursework. At the community college level, this means that more students enter our doors not ready to enroll in these courses or the prerequisites, so the percentages then decrease. To mitigate this, we need exactly the strategies that Dr. Lewis was just talking about, the TSI boot camps, the academic support, the kinds of programs with our district partners that can help students become ready to enroll in these courses. And so the work we're doing here is extremely important. And the coordinating board also is supporting this work, as he indicated, in important ways, as they too are particularly worried about what's happening statewide in math as a result of the pandemic. So as I move to dual credit enrollment, our dual credit numbers continue to increase, with the largest increase in KD and HISD. Preliminary numbers trends towards slightly older students. To understand this phenomena, we go back to our dual credit numbers being made up of three groups of students. Our traditional dual credit students, who typically enter at the end of 10th grade or beginning of 11th grade, our early college high school students, who may enter earlier, and our P-TECH students. The largest increase was in schools serving traditional dual credit. So our early college, high schools, and P-TECH students increased slightly. We had a 10% increase of about 850 of the traditional students, so that results in the age skewing slightly older. We do continue to work with our early college, high school students to ensure that students do enter those dual credit courses as soon as they are ready. Okay, so this slide illustrates where our dual credit students are in terms of earning 15 credit hours. 6,650 are new dual credit students to us. The 3,201 you see in the Earn 6 Plus SCH prior are the students most likely to earn an outcome point this year. Now note that we had 2,357 dual credit outcomes in 2023. Our 2024 numbers are not available yet, but these numbers indicate that we may be able to hit 3,000 this year, which is a substantial increase in only 2 years. We next move to transfer. As we discussed at the last board meeting, we received our transfer report from Houston Guided Pathways to Success, or GPS. Houston GPS is a partnership between the 14 two-years and 4-year institutions. So this report examines the first-term success of HCC students on 3 outcome measures. The DWI-F rate, which remember is the rate at which students earn D's, W's, I's, and F's. We want that to be low. Their GPA, we want that to be high. And the 1-year retention also, we want that to be high. Our HCC students as a group are doing better than the institution average of students entering these schools. We do not have more detailed data by school. There are some differences among the schools, and of course we continually work with our transfer partners and our articulation agreements to understand our student success. So finally, we updated the students who enrolled in spring 2024 and then re-enrolled in fall 2024. These are the students who are getting close to completion. Generally, the 5,332 students who are within 18 hours are the most likely to complete, as they can complete with 9/9 or through the summer. For their certificates, we'll also have students who have just started those short-term certificates, because students do finish those in less than a year. Generally, these numbers indicate that we should also see an increase in associates and certificates next year over what the coordinating board is projecting for us. So overall, HCC is positioned to see increases in all three major outcomes: dual credit, credentials of value, and transfer, above what the coordinating board has projected for us, which is very positive news. The strategies described to enhance these outcomes were described in the prior presentation. So at this point, I invite any questions.
Trustees, any questions? I've got a couple. So back on slide, where is it? On slide 4 with the Gateway Math and English. So really, appreciate your response to this slide, as well as your response to many of my questions through the flow of your presentation. On here, one thing I wanted to call out is, the explanations that you listed here seem very reasonable. When I saw this slide, the switch that flicked in my brain is, are we potentially outstripping our ability to provide the same quality of instruction to students with our surging enrollment a couple of years in a row now? And so for me, that'll be a watch point going forward through this semester and into next, especially as we start getting completions and outcomes data early next year. Just want to make sure that we've got the right supports from a board budget priority standpoint, that as we grow the institution, which I think we all want to do, that we're making sure that students make it through and succeed on the back end. Any comments on that before I?
Well, I think as the enrollment grows, faculty must grow as well, and so much support services, the tutoring, the supplemental instruction, all of those services are important to scale with our enrollment, especially for our first-time students entering, that we need to be able to provide a high-quality supported environment for them. And that also is underscored by the learning loss that the four-year institutions have already documented, that students coming in are likely to need more support service, not less.
Well, thank you for those additional comments. One other thing I'm hoping that you can address, on slides 11 and 12, obviously this is all backdated / estimated for the point forward data. Could you walk us through a little bit how HCC gets data about transfers, like how lagged it is, what times of the year? Not a leading question at all. Just so we can all have an appreciation for what it takes and what your office has to do to understand this.
Yes, absolutely. And I would like to call out a huge thank you to my office, especially Hazel Milan, who runs almost all of our transfer data. So we send out 10 years of student enrollment data. We go back 10 years, and we send it out every 2 months, roughly, on 6/15, 8/15, 10/15, 12/15, and so on. We then get all the data back, and we sort through it to see who is transferred to both a 2-year and a 4-year institution, and if they are a first-time transfer. Typically, we then sort through the data to see if they meet the requirements to earn outcome points with the state, because many of our students transfer successfully but aren't eligible for an outcome point. Some of them have transferred to a private institution. Some of them have taken more than 4 years. Some of them have also attended another institution. Once we have that, we connect the transfer information to the cohorts to calculate those rates and those outcome points.
So once again, just want to say, really appreciate you and your staff pulling this information together. It's hugely helpful, and especially as we now have this compendium of information, which we'll build on in a couple more presentations through the balance of the year. As we dive into budget discussions next year, it'll be a great, ready resource for us to make decisions on. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, that's the last presentation, and so the Academic and Student Affairs Committee meeting is now adjourned at
2:15 PM.
The meeting of the Audit Committee for October 2nd, 2024 now come to order at
2:32 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purposes listed on the duly posted meeting notice. The other committee members are Trustee Monica Reichert and Dave Wilson, with alternate Trustee Eva Laredo. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting for an opportunity for public comment and file said application with the Board Services Office. There are no citizens signed up to speak before the Audit Committee today. Our topics for discussion and our action. Item A, is there a motion to approve item A, fiscal year 2024 internal audit annual?
So moved.
I will second. It has been moved and seconded. We will now have a discussion on the item. Chancellor Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is presented to you to recommend approval of the fiscal year 2024 internal audit annual report, and with your permission, Madam Chair, I invite Mr. Terry Corrigan to the podium to provide an overview and to answer questions. Mr. Corrigan.
Thank you, Chancellor. Good afternoon, trustees. So this, well, there we go. So this report is an annual report. So this is the 8th time of presenting this report. It's a standard recurring annual report. It's required by the Texas Internal Auditing Act. And it's prescriptive. The Texas State Auditor's Office basically tells us what the standard elements are that go into the report. So it's required to be reviewed and approved by the Board of Trustees. And then after it's approved by the board, it's required to be posted on HCC's website. So these are the 8 elements that are prescribed by the Texas State Auditor's Office. And so number 1 is pretty self-explanatory. It's basically, it gives information about our fiscal year 2024 audit plan. The second section is on the quality assurance and what we do in the internal audit department to ensure the quality of our product. The third item provides observations and action plans. All the observations that we had in our audit reports, and we tracked to completion, and it also tells the ones that are still open. Then the fourth item, it provides information on any services that we did that aren't really audits, but advisory type services or non-audit type things that we did. And then the fifth thing is the internal audit plan for 2025, which has been approved by the board. And then the next thing is they want to know what external audit type services we had done during the fiscal year 2024. So we list out some of the things that we had done. And then required by the Texas State Auditor's Office, they want us to do a little information on reporting fraud and abuse and how we comply with what they expect in that area. And then the eighth thing is the posting of the plan and annual report. It basically says that we are going to post it as required by the Texas Internal Auditing Act. And so that's pretty much what's contained in the report. And a copy of the report was attached in your package. And I imagine you probably have already read it and you know what's there. And for the ones of you who have been on the internal audit or the audit committee in the past, you've seen it 7 other times. So with that, I recommend you approve the report, and I'll answer any questions that you have.
Committee members, are there any questions? Committee member Laredo, no questions?
Thank you, Mr. Corrigan. We will now vote on this item. This requires a vote, yes. I don't see mine. Hold on. I've got to go to the right. Thank you.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 2-0.
Thank you. We will now move to item B, introduction, transitioning to the new global internal audit standards. This is a report item. No vote is required. Chancellor Ford Fisher.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item, of course, as you indicated, presents the introduction to the transitioning of the new global internal audit standard. And with your permission, Madam Chair, I will ask Mr. Corrigan to provide an overview and to respond to questions.
Thank you, Chancellor. So the Institute of Internal Auditors, as is indicated, have come up with new global internal audit standards, which are basically revising the old standards, but it's a complete rewrite. So the contents of my presentation, I'll try and explain why they wanted to do the change. I'll show you the purpose that they've come up with that replaces the mission in the old standards, and then kind of go over the essential conditions that are required to be met in Domain 3 for governing the internal audit function. And that's probably the area that has things that we'll try and provide information to the audit committee and to the leadership of HCC in more detail than we have in the past, because the standards want us to. So why the change? They wanted to, I think for one thing, they just wanted to refresh the standards because they hadn't been refreshed since they first came out some 30 years ago. So they decided they should look at it, and like everything like policies and procedures and whatnot, you should be reviewing your policies and procedures annually and updating them. But so they wanted to simplify the International Professional Practices Framework structure, and they did that by consolidating 6 elements that were in the standards: the mission, the definition, the code of ethics, core principles, standards, implementation guidelines. They took all those things, they merged them into the standards. So those used to be standalone elements of the standards. Now they're no longer exist, and they're merged into the standards themselves. So did it change the way we do internal audit? In my opinion, no. We're still going to do the same thing. So they created a new purpose for internal auditing, and I'll show you what that is, and that replaces the mission they had in the standards in the past. And then it clarifies the board's role in governing internal audit, and then it clarifies the role the chief audit executive and internal auditors are supposed to do in their function in various activities. So this slide here shows you what the mission was in the past, and it shows you the new purpose they came up with. The purpose that they came up with is in the blue on this slide, and in reality, I think it's just wordier. We're really doing the same thing. It tries to be more concise and clear as to what internal audit, what the purpose of internal audit is, but the fact of the matter is we're still going to be doing the same thing. We're going to be striving to enhance and protect HCC's value by providing good risk management information and advice. That puts it in a nutshell right there. But there's a lot more words here that's supposed to more clearly define for anybody who's interested what the purpose of internal audit is. The one thing that I did find interesting in this was that what I highlighted in yellow there is they seem to have a particular focus on doing our work in the public's best interest. But we've always done that anyway, but it was never emphasized to where it was in writing like that. All right, so the essential conditions of Domain 3 for basically governing the internal audit function. So it's requiring more direct communication and collaboration for the chief audit executive and the board and senior management to enable organizational success. So these are the 9 standards that go into Domain 3 for governing the internal audit function. So instead of trying to detail all the different changes, I'm just going to kind of speak to it because this is just an introductory to the changes in the standards, and I want to just let you know what to expect coming when we go to approving our new charter and moving forward with the things I normally do in February, where I spell out information about internal auditing to the audit committee. Now, it's kind of, since the board changes its committees in January, I don't know if I'm going to have the same people looking at these changes when January comes around in February to approve our charter and so forth. But I still do need to introduce us to the board so that they are aware there are these new standards coming and that they're going to see a new charter to approve and things like that. So in the standard 6.1, it's telling us that we need to have a mandate in our charter. And in the past, that was the section in our charter that gave us authority, and the board approved the authority. It's basically the same thing, but now it says mandate. And so there'll be a section that just says mandate, and it will basically clarify what the board and the senior management of HCC is giving us authority to do. So the internal audit charter itself is going to look different because, number one, the mandate's going to be added. The new purpose is going to be added, and then they kind of rearranged information in the charter into different sections in their new model for a charter. So it's going to look different, but in my opinion, we're going to be doing internal audit the same way we did in the past. So it's just going to look different, and you will be asked to approve the charter. So board and senior management support, we at HCC in internal audit enjoy great support from our board and our senior management. So there's not going to be much difference there. But the one thing that that it wants the chief audit executive to be doing is meeting with the audit committee chair or the audit committee, depending on what we can do with public information criteria that we have, but without management being present, at least meet with them once a year and document what we discuss in that. They would prefer we meet quarterly and do that, but once a year would be what they would think would be a minimum for that. So organizational independence, we are placed in HCC in the perfect position in HCC that the Institute of Internal Auditors would prefer every institution to have, where we, our internal audit department reports to the board and reports administratively to the chancellor. That is exactly how they would prefer you do it, and we're already there. So we're already perfectly positioned to where our internal audit department has the ability to do its job without interference and without bias. So the other thing that they want the board to do is review the chief audit executive's qualifications each year. Basically, right now in February I go over what my experience and qualifications are, but we've never discussed should those be changed. And so basically they're asking us to review whether or not there need to be changes made to the chief audit executive's qualifications. On board interaction, so they want the audit committee to have input into the chief audit executive's performance evaluation. And so that's something that they're wanting. And they also want the audit committee to review the chief audit executive's compensation. So that's what they're wanting in that area. So in resources, they want the audit committee to review the internal audit department's budget and resource plan. And we do go over what my resources are every year in terms of human resources. But, we've never gone over specifically what the internal audit budget is. But they're wanting the audit committee to basically ensure that the resources are adequate for internal audit to complete its audit plan. So in quality, they want the audit committee to review the internal audit department's quality assurance improvement program. We've always had a quality assurance improvement program. We've never specifically shown that document to the audit committee, so now we will show you what that program looks like. And then they also are requiring us to have a strategic plan. We have a strategic plan in internal audit, but we have never reviewed that or provided a copy of that strategic plan to the audit committee, so now we will. And then the last thing is the external quality assessment. So our last external quality assessment was done in fiscal year 2021. It's required to be done every 5 years. So what they want the audit committee to be involved in how we go about selecting who the independent assessor is, and basically approve who we use to do the external quality assessment. So this is the answer to the question that people ask me all the time, who audits the auditor? This is who audits internal audit, is this external quality assurance review. So we're due to have an external quality assurance review in fiscal year 2026. So basically, they want you involved in selecting who's going to do that, and that's pretty much that. So with that, that's pretty much the main changes in what they're expecting us to do, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Committee members, you have any questions? Trustees?
You used the word "they" 100 times. Who is they?
That is the Institute of Internal Auditors. They are the ones who promulgate the standards for the practice of internal auditing.
And how's that group, who's in that group, and how do they elect a president, and how do they come up with these standards, and why should I let them tell this college what we should do on internal auditing?
Well, that's kind of a hard question for me to answer because I don't get involved in selecting who those people are, but they're all very highly regarded people in the internal audit industry who have all been either heads of internal audit, usually they are from tier 1 type industry companies, and they are considered experts in the field. So, and it's easy enough to go and see who these people are, who are the people who have been selected to head up the Institute of Internal Auditors. It's on their webpage, and it's a huge organization.
And it says global. Are these internal audit procedures in Europe and Russia and China? Are
Yes.
they wanting to standardize all of them for every country in the world?
Yes. Anybody who...
And worst of all, are there Yankees on this committee?
Well, there are people from other countries on the committee for sure.
To be a little more serious, I like what we had, our control. And, I disagree with their, in the public interest, the internal auditor, our internal auditor's not working for the public. You're working for the board and the chancellor of this institution. This institution is the one that's working for the public's interest. So to me, you're kind of cutting out the chancellor and the board with these new standards. And I guess I'm kind of, let's keep it local. Let's do what's the best for Houston Community College in this organization and our taxpayers and our students here. I don't want some big entity sending down a set of rules and for us just to buy into it and sign off on everything they want because they're a conglomeration of educated people that have been in the industry for a long time. Thank you.
Are
there any other comments?
The thing about working in the best interest of the public, there is a certain amount of reliance that the community takes in the internal audit function at HCC in our assurance function, and they expect us to be professional in our assurance function, and they expect us to be accurate and report out accurately. And so there is some reliance by the community on what we do. It's not like in industry. In industry, you got Sarbanes-Oxley, and they're counting on the internal audit function, and the Security and Exchange Commission and all this kind of stuff. But we're in a situation where we don't have that.
But my point is that, the way our bylaws are, you report to the audit committee, and the audit committee reports to the board, and the only employee we have is the chancellor. And we as a board try to run this institution in the public's interest, not you, the employee, or this auditing group. Now, it all works together, and we expect you to put out accurate numbers that we can count on and we can give to the public, and that's in the best of the public interest, because that's the whole reason this board is here, is for the public interest. So I stand where I first said. I respectfully disagree with you.
Trustee Laredo?
I had the same idea you kept referring to they, and well, I finally saw who they were. And so, but I see that they just, they redid their own bylaws, I guess, in January of this year. And that's why you're bringing it to us, because now they want us to conform to theirs. And so, but a lot of it is the same wording, is what you said. So, I also think that, we'll work with them, because if that's who you're expected to work with, but we also, at the end, it comes down to us. So, but thank you for the information.
It does, but, and we have that flexibility because we're a community college, and we're not a state agency. And so, under the Texas Internal Auditing Act, if we were considered a state agency, we would be required to follow the standards.
So one question, have these changes, according to this organization that is the governing body, has that required you to change anything that your internal auditors do?
The main thing it changes is how much information I need to provide to the audit committee.
And based upon the standards that your internal audit group has established, do you perceive that that's going to be any exorbitant amount of information, or are we adequately prepared by what we receive from the internal audit committee, from the internal auditors?
You are, and we're not going to change our practice at all, but we will move to go ahead and adopt the new standards, but it's not going to change the way we practice internal audit.
Why do we need to adopt it? If it's a
question would probably be, trustee, if we do not, then what are the consequences? What can be done to us if we do not? We don't have an answer to that. If they are indeed the governing body, which we already do the work is already being done. We've already established our standard, and I really have to say, based on the internal audit team, their standard is considerably higher than than other standards are. Let me clarify that. Their standards are considerably higher, and they do provide well-established data and well-established processes for us, for them to follow and for us to receive information. So even adding our other level of our ERM, that was another level we decided before this organization could decide for us, because we understood as internal committee members what we needed to see, and internal audit understood what we needed to see to make sound decisions. So the question would be, if you do not adopt, what power does this entity have over us? We already do the work. We're already ahead of the game. So
the only effect that I can tell you would be one of perception. If we don't follow the standards, we would be perceived as just that, not following the standards, and maybe not perceived as being professional. So,
We are following the standard that we previously had. They're changing to a new one. I just want to make this last comment. You know, coming from the electrical trade, every 3 years we have a new code book. We're on the 23 code book, the NEC. And some municipalities do not accept the new code book, and they're still running on the 20. Some of them are on the 14. But we follow standards, and we have our standards and our priorities. Just going along, and what's good for our college may not be good for every other college in the whole world, and I don't want to get wrapped into this global or set of rules that aren't made for and don't suffice for what we do here at HCC.
Well, Trustee, I would have to say, I'd have to return to the standards that the internal audit group have already established, which are at or above any of this. So I would say they're catching up to us, not us catching up to them. I could see, based on some of the information from other community colleges, that they have not quite made it to the Institute of Internal Auditors standards and are attempting to revise their purpose of work to meet the standards. And for some of the smaller community colleges, it can present a challenge. But this internal audit team is already, I would say, based on working with them closely, well above what these standards are. It's wording, yes, they've made the changes of the wording, but the reality is this team has exceeded that. And so I'm satisfied with, we adopt it, but we already do the work. The work will not change, correct?
No. The way we practice internal audit's not going to change.
It's not going to change, which means I would say the new global internal audit standards should come here and ask us how we do things, because clearly we do it better. Are there any other comments? Are we now ready for the vote? Just a report.
Now, there's no vote. This is just introducing you that we will have a new charter in February that we'll ask you to approve. It'll look different because, like I already said, it's going to have the new purpose. It's going to have this mandate section, but the contents of what's actually in the charter is not significantly changed.
And to give the board a bit of a comfort zone, if you can do a comparison contrast when you come in February, so we can actually see what it was versus what it will be when we vote, and to show that all is good and we're still on track for doing the things the way we do them.
Right. Well, like I said, it's not going to change the way we do things, but we've been trying to do like where you're tracking your changes, and because they moved the sections the way they did, it looks like just a big glob of red because the wording may be the same, but it's been moved over here, and so the document just looks different.
So thank you. We put you through your paces. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
We will now move to item C. Update on risk one, enrollment and funding model. This is also a report item. Chancellor Ford Fisher.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. As the chair indicated, this item presents an update on risk one, enrollment and funding model. And with your permission, Madam Chair, I invite Dr. Burge and Dr. Perez to provide an overview and respond to questions. Dr. Burge?
Thank you. This is the second in a series of reports on the enterprise risk management cycle. Today, we're going to focus on the enrollment and funding risks. Enrollment risks are cited as one of the top risks by institutions nationwide. And of course, enrollment plays a role in funding, affecting both tuition revenue and state outcomes-based funding. Enrollment risk is driven by both internal and external pressures, and the changes in outcome-based funding have necessitated a change in the way we do business. Enrollment is also one of the most widely monitored risks. It's monitored at the district office, it's monitored at the colleges, it's monitored by the chancellor's office, by student services, by finance, by instruction, to name a few. A wide variety of reports are used in monitoring this risk, and I will briefly illustrate some of them and the way they're used. So, the first example you're very familiar with already is our cumulative enrollment report that we look at daily in order to understand how we're doing year over year. We do this for total enrollment, each career, and the colleges. We also segment enrollment. This is an excerpt of a weekly report we call the NCR report. It examines year-over-year patterns for new students, continuing students, and students returning from stop-out. We also disaggregate these categories by college, by major, and by demographics such as age, all of which give us actionable information for how our outreach is successfully or sometimes not successfully reaching our students. Now, this report is important because it compares our head count to our seat count, our credit hours, and our contact hours. Seat count and credit hours determine tuition revenue. The fact that our seat count, credit hours, and contact hours are up at a greater percentage than our unduplicated head count means two things. First, it means that students on average are taking more courses than they have in the past. This is potentially due to the changes we've made in scheduling and financial aid. And course load is related to students earning credentials of value. We know that when students take more courses, they're more likely to retain and earn those credentials, and they're also more likely to earn a credential of value premium because they earn those credentials at a faster pace. So we monitor satisfaction over time as well because we know that students' satisfaction with our services impacts how likely they are to retain, to stay at HCC. And finally, this is one of our Credentials of Value report. This report is an excerpt from a continuing education or CEU report that enables deans, presidents, and program directors to look across the classes within awards to ensure students are enrolled in the correct set of courses. For example, in the first 4, you see that there are 35 students in every single one of those courses. That is a quick check that all the cohort students are enrolled in all the courses they need. When those are unbalanced, we know that students may not be enrolled in the courses they need to reach the credential of value. And so the program directors can look at these courses to see how students are progressing through the programs. So with that, I invite Marlon Anderson, our District Director of Academic Advising, to the podium for an overview of how HCC is addressing these risks as we move forward.
Good afternoon. So, the assigned admissions advisor's approach at HCC is designed to provide personalized support for students throughout their academic journey from initial inquiry to graduation. Each student is paired with a dedicated advisor who serves as their primary point of contact, ensuring continuity and fostering a supportive relationship. This allows HCC to deliver messaging and support to students relevant to where they are in the admissions process, which is kind of shown here in the funnel. Our advising program framework features a proactive approach that includes weekly touch points. These regular interactions are essential for onboarding, ongoing support, and promoting student engagement, retention, and completion. The progress tracking dashboard enables our pathway advisors to easily access their caseloads during targeted campaigns. Additionally, it provides reports to monitor the effectiveness of these proactive efforts. To uphold standards of advising, initial training for staff has been completed, and ongoing refresher training options will be available to encourage continuous professional development. This ensures that pathway advisors are equipped with the latest skills and knowledge to support students effectively. This comprehensive approach underscores HCC's commitment to fostering student success and enhancing the overall student experience. And these slides just kind of show what the work we've been doing right now. So, thank you.
So just to give you a quick summary, we know the importance of enrollment and also maintaining the enrollment in terms of retention and completion. So we are really connecting everything into that one college model to where all the colleges in the district are working together to ensure that we meet the performance outcomes. We know that Hospital A is a challenge for us. And we have to change the way that we do things, and we are working in that direction. So you've seen some of this information before in terms of advising. We're beefing up advising. We're making sure that advisors are actually touching base with our students. From the admissions advisors that you funded, 44 of those positions, we're using them much more effectively in terms of how we're moving them initially to enter the institution, and then of course we're using our pathways advisors, also ensuring that they are connected with our students and that our students know who is their pathway advisor, because in many cases they didn't know that. So we're making the appropriate connections, and we're doing it in collaboration with each other, with each of the colleges, each of the instructional side, the student services side. So ideally, I think we're going to see some success moving forward as we continue to make these connections. So thank you.
Are there any questions? Trustee Laredo.
Thank you for the information. My only question is, what's the ratio of advisors with students?
For pathway advisors, it really depends on the college and the program. We're probably seeing right around about 450 to 1 on average right now. Some colleges are seeing a little higher, depending on the program and depending on where they are in terms of their staffing model. But we have 109 pathway advisor positions across the district that are designed to support our SCH students. And now and we're working directly with our partners in dual credit as they onboard the pathway advisors for dual credit. So that will help support that work.
So that's a pathway. What about your advisors, or what was the first one that we hired?
Admissions
44?
advisors.
Admissions.
So I think we have 44 was the number.
Yes.
44 is the number across the district. They're assigned to each college campus, and they work their service area.
So I know that we're still lacking in the help. We've always been, but we need to know, I'm glad that we have hired some more, but this just means that everybody needs to put hands on, just everyone, because there's students that come up and there might not be an advisor for them that day, but there's somebody else that could help them. So we just need to try to catch them all and help them all.
Absolutely, that's a very good point, and I think we're working towards doing some cross-training across our areas, particularly our information desks at our particular college campuses. So, but I will tell you that there's rarely an instance where there's not at least one pathway advisor or admissions advisor on a college campus to be able to answer the question, or even in our virtual student service center.
Dittos to Trustee Laredo. We do need everybody hands-on and on deck, and I'd like to thank you all for the work you've done. I can tell an attitude change, and I see a lot more work going on around here, and it shows up in the numbers. So good job, and work harder and get more.
Can you share with the board how the counselors fit into this construct?
That's a good question, Trustee. So our counselors work primarily with our students besides providing the mental health counseling and support. They work with our students who are coming back from academic probation by providing what we call slip sessions. That's where they help the student come back into the institution, give them a map that says, okay, let's explore exactly what were the issues that are preventing you from being successful, give them opportunities to be able to kind of process that through, and then once they're through that slip session, then they're returned back to a pathway advisor to support them. So the slip session is an important piece of that reintegration back into the institution, but because it allows the student, the counselor, and the student and the counselor to sit back and say, what were those efforts and how can we address those before we find ourselves in the situation again?
That's right.
Just wanted to build on a comment that Dr. Perez made. So I see this risk as kind of being two risks in one, enrollment and the funding model, and I agree 100% with Dr. Perez's comments that retention and outcomes in HB8 funding still very clear and present risk. I'm curious, though, about your opinion. Is enrollment still a top 10 risk? I mean, we've got COVID in the rearview mirror. We've had a couple of years of very strong enrollment growth. We're about to enter a different macroeconomic cycle that, weirdly enough, still wrapping my brain around this, should help enrollment as well. So curious, is there an opportunity for us to reword and refocus on what's to come and really bank the good progress that we've already made on the front half of this?
That is a great question. We reevaluate these risks every year, and we will look at essentially, when we reevaluate the risk, I'm going to head back for a minute. We look at both the external and internal factors to enrollment, and given the relatively strong performance we've had of late, that risk may drop from being the number one risk to being a lower risk. The funding model is likely to continue to be a risk for us, and whether or not that separates really depends on the findings of the ERM group.
And I think we also have to recognize the fact that we know there's a need for training, education in our communities, and for that reason, we still want to focus on enrollment. The key here is maintaining that enrollment and making sure that those students, in fact, are successful with the goal that they had in mind, whether that's work or whether that is transfer.
Trustee Cheeman, one of the things we have to remember historically is that we had far more students than this. So enrollment is the risk. If our enrollment does not steadily climb, then we will see some dramatic changes in the system out of force. But this is the risk. Without enrollment, we don't belong here. And this board doesn't belong here. So once upon a time, this system had 160,000 students, not 58. And that was over 20 years ago. So something changed. We're now on track to change that in a positive direction. And ultimately, I don't think that 160,000 students is difficult to achieve sitting in the midst of 4.2 million people. However, all of the changes that this team is making is moving that needle in that direction so that we have a very sound and productive system that works for our students and works for our communities.
Madam Chair, may I make a comment? I really want to commend the team for the great work that is being done. I also want to indicate that enrollment will continue to be of major concern and importance, as well as priority for us as well. And then in addition to enrollment, we want to ensure that we can continue to retain the students and complete them, and we have plans in place to do that. However, after a meeting that I was a part of last week for 2 days, it is clear to me that competition is getting even more dramatic from various parts of the country because they're losing students in their districts, in their communities, in their states, and they're looking elsewhere, as I mentioned before, primarily Texas and Houston. And so given that, and also recognizing exactly what you just said with respect to the numbers, we recognize also that for us, 2.5 million residents who are part of our service area, that we certainly can penetrate the communities, the zip codes in a way that we can bring all of those students who desire education, training, improvement in their lives and their circumstances financially back into the institution. And that's one of the reasons why we're looking at all of the various options, adult basic education, GED, ESL, that funnel all the way through to the baccalaureate degree, and of course transfer as well. So we're not asleep at the wheel. We are working vigorously. We have a plan in place, and we're moving forward with that to ensure that we're able to get back to that 160+ thousand students who were at one time enrolled here at HCC.
And I'd like to say thank you to this team because the statistical analysis is key to having a clear understanding about where we once were versus where we're going. We see this needle moving up every semester, and we understand now, based on the response from the region and from the community, that we are definitely moving in the right direction. And I want to say all of these efforts combined. So kudos to the academic and instruction and administrative team, and kudos to the statistical analysis team, because this helps the board make sound goal decisions so that we are not operating in silos or flying blind. So thank you very much. Are there any other questions or comments? Thank you. There is no adjournment to closed or executive session, and as a result, we are going to close the audit committee meeting. The audit committee meeting is hereby adjourned at
3:24 p.m.
The meeting of the Marketing Committee for October the 2nd, 2024 will now come to order at
3:24 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purposes listed on the duly posted meeting notice. The other committee members are Trustees Charlene Johnson, Lalu Davis, alternate Dr. Adriana Tamez. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. There are no citizens signed up to speak before the Marketing Committee today. We will discuss item A, update on community engagement and marketing, HCC Southwest College. This is a report. No action is required, and I apologize that we're starting so late at this committee, but thank you. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item. It'll be on fast pace.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. Yes, it will be a fast pace. The college presidents, as you said, are working with district communications to track their outreach efforts along with corresponding conversion rates. Today's presentation will focus on the Southwest College and the outstanding work being done leading up to fall registration. And with your permission, Madam Chair, I invite Dr. Webster, President of the Southwest College, to present the overview and respond to questions. Dr. Webster.
All right, thank you, Chancellor and Trustees, for the opportunity. I'm excited to share the work of the Southwest team. A lot of the members are here, and Southeast did it last month, and they had a team, and we have an army today. I just want to say that.
They please stand so we could recognize them. Great, thank you.
So as you can see, enrollment is up at Southwest. In fact, today it's actually at over 12,000, 12,035. So we're excited about that. Part of this is fueled by the large dual credit group that we serve, over 20 schools, and we're adding more as we go. But this also has to do with a lot of work on the ground from the folks back there. In terms of marketing and outreach, the team is small but mighty at Southwest. You can see quite a bit of the action that they've done. I've said it once, I'll say it again. I don't think these guys sleep in that. They might sleep in the office, I don't know. You can review the whole set, but I'll call your attention to a couple of points. 61 events that were supported or promoted by the group, 40 community group meetings that were attended, and 5.1 million impressions. So impressions from our social media that have been put out there by the team that have led to 4,000 leads, or over 4,000 leads. And this is obviously increasing our enrollment. In addition to the social media, we are active in some of the media outlets. So we've got the Chronicle, community impact newspapers, Buena Suerte, the Southern Chinese Daily News, and we've had 2 recent earned media opportunities from KTRK and KPRC. Now, these guys, I mean, they're nonstop. So I could go on for a long time about all the different things that they're doing, but I'll just highlight a couple. In the bottom right corner there is Associate Dean Tamara Hoodie giving a presentation to the Sharpstown Civic Association. And at the top you have Dr. Brown giving a presentation to the Bel Air Business Association on AI. They are also active in the Braes Oaks, Meyerland, and Gulfton Super Neighborhood Councils. They serve on the Rotary. I mean, this group's all over the place. Just to run through several items that they've done. The breakfast with the seniors at Braes Oaks this summer. They held the Workforce Development Symposium at Missouri City. STEM camps at almost all of the colleges across the system for IT. A music summer camp at Stafford. We had a visit from the County Commissioner Andy Myers at the Stafford Smart Manufacturing Program. We held 2 Saturday events at the Ishmaeli Center to recruit students into our programs at West Loop. Teen Summit at Stafford. The TSI boot camps, which were mentioned earlier at Stafford and West Loop. HCC Bound Boot Camp at West Loop. And I'm still going. Midsummer Enrollment Fair at Stafford. And we also had the Careers in Cybersecurity Luncheon. So a lot of stuff going on. I believe Miguel San Juan is back here too. Miguel, I want to give a shout out to him because Miguel has been instrumental in bringing our international community to the college. We've engaged with constituents from several areas, and we continue to try to support that effort to gain trained folks here and overseas. Most recently, we engaged with the Turkish Consulate, the Turkish Community Center, the Mexican Consulate, the Asian Chamber, the Chinese Community Center, and the Colombian Consulate. We also entertained a group from Equatorial Guinea and some employers from that have presence in Guyana. So we're taking it out there. Thank you, Miguel. Lastly, here's some more stuff. I won't read all these, but I'll give you a preview of some events that are coming up. So on the 10th of October, we'll celebrate the 20th anniversary of Challenge Early College High School. It's the first one in the state. It's highly successful still. On the 17th of October, the West Loop Town Hall will occur at 6 p.m. And in partnership with JP Morgan Chase Foundation, we'll host the Resiliency Workforce Fair on October 18th. This will bring together 40 nonprofits, employers, municipalities to support the community with wraparound services, financial literacy, digital literacy, and training. Should be a great event. And last thing in October, just to fill your calendars, we'll be hosting the Fall Fest on October 24th. So I invite you all to come out to any of and all of those. With that said, I just wanted to give one more shout out to this team back here. They've done an amazing job, and they continue to do it. Thank you all. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Outstanding work.
Else have anything to add?
I just want to give a shout out to the community members in your team for coming out and giving us a great presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll echo what Trustee Ward Johnson shared, and Dr. Webster, and to you and the team, congratulations. I grew up in Alief, Texas, before I graduated from Fort Bend, ISD, so I understand intricately the diversity of the constituents that Southwest College serves. I dare to suggest it probably has the most languages spoken within the greater Houston region. Would you think that would be accurate?
Oh, yeah. At least 78 of them.
Okay. So is Miguel, will Miguel stand? I just want to sing, because you singing them out. We want to recognize you. Thank you for all of that outreach, everything from the Turkish Community Center. You talked about the Colombian Consulate, the Ismaili Center, Equatorial Guinea, Guyana. That's hyper important because you have, those, we tend to try to group folks or constituencies, but they're also unique and diverse. So kudos to you all for recognizing the intricacies of that diversity and really peering furthering. So thank you all.
Thank you so much. I also want to do a shout out to Emilio and your team because he's been helping us with the recruiting of students and working with the foundation and helping those students go into college. So Emilio, thank you. And I know that you have a great team, and so congratulations to you, to them, and to all. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And you were fast. You did it in less than 8 minutes. Thank you.
I had 20 slides and I cut it down.
Thank you. There's no closed session. There's no other information. So this meeting, the marketing portion of the meeting is adjourned at
3:34 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to give everybody a chance to settle down. Good afternoon. The special meeting for October 2nd, 2024 will now come to order at
3:39 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purposes as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. Opportunity for public comments. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with Board Services Office. No citizens are signed up to speak. A couple of housekeeping items. I want you to note that item D, the consideration of a proposed settlement regarding United States District Court, Southern District of Texas, Houston Division, civil case, Brown v. HCC et al. Has been pulled from the regular and from the closed session agenda and will be placed on a regular meeting on October 16, 2024 for consideration. We'll begin with item A, public hearing regarding tax revenue calculation and vote to approve 2024 tax rates for maintenance and operations and debt service. The board has allotted this time as the public hearing for taxpayers to express their views on the tax revenue increase. Are there any citizens present who would like to speak before the board regarding the tax revenue calculation and the vote to approve 2024 tax rates for maintenance and operations and debt service? I'm assuming Dr. Webster's not a citizen. Okay. With no citizens signed up prior to the meeting to speak before the board on the 2024 tax rates, we will proceed ahead. The no new revenue and voter approval tax rates are posted on the HCC, have been posted on the HCC website since August 7, 2024, in order to comply with the Truth in Taxation Property Tax Code, Chapter 26. The proposed tax rate for tax year 2024 is $0.096182, or effectively 9.6182 cents. The proposed tax rate is 4.28% greater than last year's 2023 tax rate and is greater than the calculated 2024 no new revenue tax rate of $0.090364 or 9.0364 cents, and does not exceed the voter approval rate of $0.096967 or 9.6967 cents. Since the total tax rate proposed exceeded the calculated no new revenue rate for 2024, a public hearing was required under Chapter 26 of the Property Tax Code. The public hearing is now closed. Okay. All right. Thank you all. We're now ready to consider item B, approve the 2024 tax rate for maintenance and operations. I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of $0.096182 or 9.6182 cents, which is effectively a 6.44% increase in the total tax rate and includes a maintenance and operations tax rate of $0.081632 or 8.1632 cents per $100 assessed valuation, which is effectively a 6.97% increase compared to the no new revenue maintenance and operations tax rate of $0.076312 or 7.6312 cents. Is there a second?
I second.
Q, it has been moved and seconded. We will now discuss the item. Chancellor Ford Fisher will now bring up the item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the board. This item is presented to the board for your consideration to approve and adopt the 2024 total tax rate for maintenance and operations. And with your permission, Mr. Chair, I invite Mr. Atkin to provide an overview and to answer questions. Mr. Atkin.
Good afternoon, Madam Chancellor, members of the board. Trustee Lalu Davies summarized all of the details very well. This information is exactly the same as what was presented on September 18th. And so with that, I would field any questions that you might have regarding this process.
Trustees, any questions?
Only one comment. So the
Tax rate will effectively be raised by 6.97% and will raise taxes for maintenance and operations on a $100,000 home by approximately $4.18. What's the average price of a home in Houston?
I'm not sure exactly what the average price of the home in Houston is, but as you can see, depending on the value of the property, we have several examples listed here, so that you can see for a $500,000 home, it would be an increase of $16.40 unless that individual is over the age of 65 or disabled.
And just to provide some context, Trustee Vanderbilt Stallworth, the median home price in Houston over the last 6 months or so has been in the range of $320,000 to $329,000. So that's roughly where the median home is in Houston.
Thank you. I just needed that noted for the public record. Thank you.
Trustee Laredo? Oh, pardon me.
Sorry. Your exemption keeps it from being over $20. It comes down to 16 because they have exemptions. I just needed to make sure I understood that. Okay, thank you.
Okay,
go ahead.
no, I was just,
finish the
no, I was just clarifying. I think what Trustee Vanderbilt Stallworth is referencing is that 4.18% increase on a $500,000 home would naturally come to $20. But because certain homes have like homestead exemption, et cetera, and some of the, I think that's what she was seeking clarification on.
Correct. So we have approved a $5,000 or 17% of the value of your home, whichever is greater, exemption. So on a $500,000 home, you get 17% exemption, so you'll only be taxed on the difference, or essentially 83% of the total value.
Thank you.
I have to ask a question to you because you know real estate, so I don't know I can't think right now about the right terminology. You have appraisal value, and then you have taxing on your appraisal, but then you have another taxing that's raised on, what's that other one called?
For residential real estate or?
Well, this is what I'm thinking. I don't want to raise taxes because, I just don't want to raise taxes. We have communities that can't afford it. Okay, so we're still going to get higher money. We're still going to get the money that we need because of that other part that the county gives, that charges. What is that called?
Increase in appraisals. The appraisals go up.
Right, that's what it is.
You told me at the assessed value.
That's what it is, the appraisal, the assessed value. So that, they always charge more of that. So we, the college, is going to get more money because of that, not because of the taxes. So that's why I'm thinking that we'll still get the money that we need for the maintenance and operation. We'll still get it without raising the taxes. So that's my argument on that. Thank you.
Duly noted. Thank you. Colleagues, any other comments, questions? Okay. This is going to, we'll now vote on item B to approve the 2024 tax rate for maintenance and operations. It does require a record vote, and it requires 2/3 vote in favor for it to be approved. 2/3 of the board.
So at this time, to record the record vote, I am required to call each trustee individually and record your vote. We will start with Dr. Linda Gary is absent. Trustee Lalu Davies.
Aye.
Trustee David Wilson.
Yes.
Trustee Sean Cheban.
Yes.
Trustee Charlene Ward Johnson.
Yes.
Trustee Eva Laredo.
No.
Trustee Reichard is absent. Trustee Tamaz is not present for the vote. Trustee Vanderbilt Stallworth.
No.
That concludes the voting. The item fails with a vote of 4 in favor and 2 opposing.
Okay, thank you, Sharon. Madam Chancellor, it sounds like this is an item that we're going to have to bring back up because trustees, just so that you know, we have to have an approval of our tax rate for us to be able to actually operate the budget that we approved back in the summer. So I just want to remind everyone, without this item passing with a 2/3 vote of the board, we will not have the ability to move things forward from a fiscal perspective and tax rate approval standpoint. What's our time deadline on that, by the way? The mic is not on.
Okay, thank you. I was going to say, actually, Mr. Chair and Madam Chancellor, we have tax counsel here to answer any questions the board may have as to what is in effect now that the board has voted down this item.
Would tax counsel kindly approach?
And that's Holly McIntosh.
Kindly introduce yourself and state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. I'm Holly McIntosh from Thompson and Horton, your tax counsel. So first of all, there are a couple of things to note in terms of the deadline to adopt a tax rate. That is going to be, generally it would be October 18th. So you have, so that is your deadline to adopt a tax rate. So you would have to have another meeting before October 18th. If you don't adopt a tax rate at that meeting, or if at that meeting you don't have 2/3 of the membership of the board voting in favor, then the tax rate becomes the lower of either last year's tax rate or the no new revenue tax rate. And let me see which one that would be. You probably know the answer to this one off the top of your head. I have to look at your presentation to remind myself. Okay, so
If you're talking about the no new revenue tax rate that I stated earlier?
Yes, the .090364, which I
Correct.
believe is lower than last year's tax rate, right? So that would be the one, but it's the lower of those two.
Just so that there's no confusion, Jacob, would you like to clarify that?
Yeah, so with the increase in tax base of 1.2%, the lower of the two rates would be the no new revenue rate, which is 0.090364.
Noted. So given where we are now, we would have just until October 18th for the item to be brought back up for consideration. If not, it de facto
Would revert
resets
to
to that lower no new revenue tax rate as stated.
Yes, sir. You wouldn't have to do the hearing piece again. You'd just have to do the vote piece.
Duly noted. Thank you.
Thanks.
Will you,
Can I ask what the, a dollar figure for the lower percentage would be?
In terms of property tax revenue for the college?
Yeah, for the college, for our budget for the year.
I'm sure Mr. Akin might need a few minutes. If you don't mind, let's give him a second to pull that up, and then we'll come back for him to respond. I think Trustee Laredo was raising a question.
well, I just wanted them to repeat the information that they just last said.
About the no new revenue tax rate. So the
It would not require a new hearing.
in either case, we would not have to have a new hearing because we've had the hearing today. It's just at the point that a new vote is considered, no new hearing is required. If we attempt to vote again on approving a tax rate and that does not occur, then we would default back to that no new revenue tax rate.
Tax rate.
It's calculated, let me just tell you the calculation, because it's not exactly what it was in 2023, that no new revenue tax rate is $0.090364. Yeah.
So under the no new revenue rate, we estimate that we would collect $209,764,000. Under the proposed rate, we estimated that we would collect $224,386,000.
So that's effectively a $15 million budget deficit.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. I think your counsel wanted to add something.
Sorry, I wanted to correct something. Because you are attempting to adopt a tax, if you continue with the attempt to adopt a tax rate, the tax rate that you tried to adopt today, your deadline would actually be October 9th because it has to be within 7 days of the hearing that you held today.
If not, we would have to have a new hearing.
Yeah, I think you could do that. There's nothing that says one way or the other that you can or cannot. But you might not be able to get the notice out, and I'd have to do some calculating to figure out if you'd have time to get another notice out to do another hearing.
Okay. Trustees, any other comments? Okay. So given where we are, I think we all recognize, one of our fundamental responsibilities here is to pass a budget, which we have, and now if we're going to move forward with the budget that we've adopted, we have to adopt a tax rate that allows us to be able to function. So we'll send this back to the administration, and we'll do the necessary work to get this item brought back up. Madam Counsel, the tax counsel, where is she? How soon can you get us that information? Because it's going to be vitally important that we understand timeline.
I have it right here.
Okay.
You would actually have to post the notice of the hearing on HCC TV and its website today. It has to be 7 days before the hearing, and you'd have to publish the other notice 5 days before, so in 2 days.
Correct. So that's to get there by October 9th. I thought what you explained was
yes, you're right. If you were to do another, so yes,
9th.
you would have time to do one later.
If we wanted to do it on October 16th, for example, then
it would
notice,
have to be 7 days before then that you would publish your new notice. Yes.
Got it. I guess that would be our reality, unless someone who I'm sure there's a Robert's Rule motion to reconsider an item that was voted on. So, Trustee Wilson. Yes.
So if we're going to be short that revenue, how do we make up for that? Do we take it out of Trustee Vanderbilt Stalwart's district or Trustee Laredo's district?
I don't think that's not quite how we do budgeting.
I have a response to that. I think that we should take it out of Trustee Wilson's, since it's a service area and not a taxing district.
So
my district is sufficiently taxed.
I trust that the administration will work very hard and vigorously with the finance department, and we'll work with each of the trustees to see what we can do to assuage and address some of your concerns, to see if we can pull back together and get a tax rate adopted that this board can come to terms and agreement on. Thank you all. You had another comment?
I do. I said, wait a minute. There's money in there, and there's money going to be coming, so don't despair. It's going to happen.
Trustee, you said money coming? Okay, well, we'll deal with that. Yes, Mr. Atkin.
If I could provide just a few comments for the board to consider prior to our next meeting. Under the law, as explained, if we go with a no new revenue rate, it means that we don't get to take advantage of any of the growth in tax base. So the 1.2% increase would provide no benefit to us. We would be going back to the revenue that we collected last year based on last year's valuations. If we move forward with a $15 million cut in revenue, we either need to adjust our budget down and eliminate those expenses from our budget, or the board would have to approve using existing fund balance to make up the difference. And that would be entirely up to you to decide which path you would like to take if a new rate is not adopted in 2 weeks.
Thank you. Chancellor?
Yeah, I would like to double check. It's been a while since I have looked at the SACS guidelines in this regard, but with respect to a deficit budget, can anyone respond to that? There would not be an implication with respect to a deficit budget? Pardon me, could you come to the...
So their primary concern would be how that affects our ability to carry out our mission. So SACS doesn't necessarily look at a deficit or a surplus as a good or bad thing. They're going to want to look for an explanation from us as to whether that has a negative impact on student outcomes.
Any other questions? All right, thank you very much. All right, well, we'll get to do this once again. We're now ready to consider item C. Approve the 2024 tax rate for debt service. I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of $0.096182, which is effectively a 6.44% increase in the total tax rate, and includes a debt service tax rate of $0.014551 per $100 assessed valuation. Is there a second?
I'll make a second to that one.
Okay. It has been moved and seconded. We will now discuss the item. Chancellor Ford Fisher.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the board. This item is presented to request the board's approval to adopt the 2024 total tax rate for debt service. With your permission, Mr. Chair, I ask Mr. Atkin to come to the podium and provide an overview and to answer questions.
So the debt service rate is the rate that we would need to collect in order to meet our annual bond obligations. This is actually a reduction in the debt rate as our debt has gone down and the tax base has gone up. So unlike with M&O where we saw a 6.6% increase, the rate and the amount that we need to collect is actually going down for debt service.
Okay. Trustees, any questions? I
have a question.
Sure.
So what does that look like in terms of dollars and cents?
It's approximately $40 million.
$40 million, and our debt service has gone down? By how much?
Not very much. Under our current bond schedule, it only goes down around 1% each year as we pay on that.
So our debt service currently is $40 million? Is that correct?
The debt service that would be paid for with these taxes is $40 million. We also have a $20 million revenue bond, which is paid for using general revenue and student fees.
Well, since our debt service has gone down, what, 1%? You said not by very much.
Not by very much.
And that 1% is how much in dollars?
Oh, I'm going the wrong way, sorry. Can you pull up the, all right. So here you can see the debt rate is dropping by 1.6%. That results in $39,996,000. Last year it was $40,507,000. Essentially a difference of $510,000.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you.
All right, any other questions?
Those were the same questions I was going to ask, so thank you.
Trustee Wilson.
Could you explain to the board if this isn't passed, what the effects would be?
So if this is not passed, we would actually be, using the rules, we would actually be collecting more than we need to. So we essentially need to pass this so that we're compliant with the requirements regarding collecting funds for debt service.
So to state that another way, there are regulatory guidelines in terms of what we could collect on the debt service portion from taxpayers. And if this isn't passed, we revert back to the old rate, which will effectively cause us to collect more. Is that what you're explaining?
Right. So the no new revenue rate in this case would be more than we need to meet our debt service obligation.
Thank you. So I'll clarify to colleagues, this again is one of those must-do items for us. And given that it requires a 2/3 vote, it would require unanimous vote or consent of the trustees present. So with that, I will now, any other questions? Trustee Wilson?
If we don't pass this, we're going to be paying more taxes, right?
That's correct.
Does everybody understand that? If we don't pass this, we're going to be paying more taxes. Okay.
Or taxes to who?
Or to the college, we'll be collecting more taxes. And we're obligated to pay our bonds. And they sold 30-year bonds, and we're obligated to have a tax rate that satisfies that payment. And if we have to go back to the old one, we're going to be collecting more money.
More money from the
Against this,
taxpayers.
you're voting to raise taxes.
But we're still going to be paying them 1% only.
But we'll be paying less if you pay for it, and we'll still be handling our debt service adequately.
If I could, I think, Trustee Laredo, the 1% decrease that Mr. Atkin referenced is in what we're actually paying in debt service annually. And I'm going to theorize here that that's a result of the fact that through paying down our bonds last year, we paid down the capital to a certain level that reduced the debt service on the outstanding bonds as a result. That's why we have that reduction.
Correct. We didn't issue any new debt and we didn't retire any debt. We simply made our annual obligated payments, which reduces the principal, which reduces the overall debt obligation for the following year. And so this is a request to cut taxes.
So because we paid down so much last year, the outstanding bonds, the debt service on it reduced by $510,000. And so we have to reduce our collection rate to match what the anticipated debt service is for this year. Okay. Any other questions? All right, we'll now vote on item C to approve the 2024 tax rate for debt service. Voting is now open. Again, this is a record vote.
Thank you. At this time, we will call the roll to record the vote. Dr. Lunson Gary, I'm not showing her present. Trustee Davies, Lalu Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Dave Wilson.
Yes.
Trustee Sean Cheevan.
Yes.
Trustee Charlene Ward Johnson, I apologize.
Yes.
Trustee Eva Laredo.
Yes.
Trustee Monica Reichart.
I'll vote yes.
Trustee Tomaz is absent and not present for the vote. And Trustee Prieta Vanderbilt Stallworth.
Yes.
That concludes the vote. The motion passed with a vote of 7-0.
Okay. The special meeting is adjourned at
4:08 p.m.
All right. Anyone need a break? we're going to 5 minutes. Committee of the Whole meeting for October 2nd, 2024 will now come to order at
4:21 PM.
This meeting was called for the purposes as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. No citizens are signed up to speak before the Committee of the Whole. Is there a motion to approve item A, monthly investment report, financial statement, and budget review for August 2024?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the board. This item is presented to recommend to the board the acceptance of the investment report, financial statement, and budget review for the month of August 2024. And with your approval, Mr. Chair, I invite Jacob Atkin, Interim Vice Chancellor of Finance and Administration, to present the report and to answer questions. Mr. Atkins.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have covered this information every month. This year, in close, it was a good year for HCC in terms of generating revenue. Ad valorem taxes were up, tuition and fees were up, state appropriations were flat, and investment earnings were up significantly. The only thing that I would like to discuss, in addition to what was provided in the packet, is our current situation in terms of projected contribution back to fund balance. This is particularly appropriate given the discussion regarding the tax rate for this upcoming year. As you can see here, the total revenue collected compared to what was budgeted was $453 million compared to $421 million. In addition to that, at the writing of this presentation, the institution was approximately $20 million under its budget, so essentially a net positive of $50 million. The board approved a $23 million transfer into deferred maintenance, safety, security, and IT infrastructure, which is not reflected in these numbers, is that those funds were moved into Fund 7 for capital projects. Additionally, since this writing, we have posted a $13 million adjustment for pension expense, and we have yet to post the OPEB, or post-employment benefits expense, as we are waiting on the state. So considering those two changes, instead of $50 million, we're really expecting to contribute $16 million or slightly less, depending on what the OPEB entry ends up being sometime later this week. And so $16 million back into fund balance, perhaps a bit less than that is what we expect. And with that, I would take any questions.
Trustees? Trustee Cheben?
Yeah, just wanted to clarify, so I appreciate the additional context on the amendment that we passed back, I believe it was in April. I'm looking at my tracking spreadsheet, and we had a pretty significant jump in our transfers and debt account after that amendment was passed from I think it was 34.5 to 66 and change. So that does not reflect, and it would have been in that year-to-date actuals column in the transfer and debt on the expenses side. So that doesn't reflect the amendment, because I thought that those ended up being baked up in here.
So from a revenue perspective, we record that approval as fund balance transfer in, right? So we show that as coming from fund balance when we make a budget amendment like that. On the expense side, transfers and debt service, we record the outgoing funds in the transfer and debt, but the net amount of that $23 million hasn't been expended yet. So this is simply a budget entry. We're still going to expend that in Fund 7. And so, like I said, because this is only Fund 1 that's being reflected here, it doesn't fully represent the $23 million transfer out.
And recognizing that I'm one of two newbies on the board, that in writing, probably with some visuals, would be helpful for me. I'm not following your logic.
Sure, we can provide that to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Cheben. Other trustees? Mr. Atkin, just to clarify, if I recall, Do you recall what the tax rate was the year prior to the last fiscal year? Or let me put it simpler. If I recall, going from fiscal year 23 to 24, we lowered the tax rate.
That's correct. It was .095, and we dropped it to .093, I believe. And we were required to do that because of the 10% increase in the Houston tax base.
And as far as that tax rate is concerned, how does our current tax rate match up relative to our peer institutions?
So we have the lowest tax rate, even with the increase of any college in the state of Texas. And it's significantly lower than some of our peers. Alamo and San Jac, for example, have a .15 tax rate, or a 50% greater tax rate than we do here in Houston.
Noted. So it sounds like we reduced our tax rate going from FY23 to 24 because of circumstances. And so when we say we're proposing to raise taxes, that's a relative term, because had we just maintained the tax rate that was, effective in fiscal year 23, we probably really wouldn't be talking about raising taxes now.
No, I don't believe that we would. The revenue levels, had we not been required to reduce the taxes in FY24, would have kept us at a revenue level sufficient to support our current budget.
Any other questions? Okay, we're now ready to vote on item A, the monthly investment report, financial statement, and budget review for August 2024. Voting is open.
Sharon, that's yes for me. This is Adriana Tamez.
Received.
Thank you.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
You all, the board will adjourn to closed session regarding item B, approval of Chancellor's annual priorities and performance goals for 2024-25. The meeting of the Committee of the Whole will now adjourn to a closed executive session under the Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, 551.072, and or 551.074 of the Open Meetings Act, as stated in the notice of this meeting. Should any final action, vote, or decision be required in the opinion of the board on any matter considered in the closed meeting, such final action, vote, or decision shall be taken up the open session portion of this meeting or in a subsequent public meeting upon notice thereof. The meeting adjourned to closed session at
4:29 p.m.
This meeting of the Committee of the Whole of the Houston Community College System Board of Trustees reconvened at
7:10 p.m.
Is there a motion to approve item B, Chancellor's Annual Priorities and Performance Goals for 2025?
So moved.
So moved. Second.
So, Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the goals as discussed in closed session.
Okay, does that reflect your motion, Trustee Cheatman? Thank you. You've heard the motion. Any further discussion? We're now ready to vote on item B. Board members, please cast your vote.
Dr. Tamez?
Yes, give me a second. I'm trying to figure this out. 1 second.
We need the Jeopardy music.
Thompson, right? It's yes for me.
Receive.
Thank you.
The motion passed with a vote of 7-0.
The meeting of the Committee of the Whole is adjourned at
7:11 p.m.